Trump speaks. Just pairing some gains here. Still up around 1% though.
Morning, morning. Oh, that's going to be incredibly annoying. I don't know how you guys listen to that every time someone joins or leaves, the ping sound. That is terrible. How has no one complained about that yet? Hell no. I feel like Trump looks a little different today. Like he's got a little pep in his step today. He's looking a darker shade of orange today, you know?
India's PM Modi says we have only paused our military action against Pakistan. Trump says I'm not talking about changing tariffs on cars and steel.
Did he win or lose? I think you're supposed to be confused, bud. I think that's the point.
India's PM Modi says no nuclear blackmail will be tolerated by India.
Hmm.
Trump says, I believe Russia will agree to a 30-day ceasefire.
Most likely, we're looking for this like 780, 770 area to hold on NQ as Trump finishes talking. Just a retest of our value low on NQ. Now that we are back inside, I'm a bit worried with Russell also testing our value edge, but it's resistance. Just need to see how this plays out. It's an inside bar as of right now on the 15. Just trying to hold our VWAP as we come back down. Same thing as PVZ here at 70. Our value low edge here at 67, right? We're just looking for this to become supportive as we push down, and then we're looking for a pop-up.
Trump says, I think China will follow through on non-monetary barriers.
Just giving it a second. Good push off of our hold. Again, things look fine. Testing highs now. Just a good hold of our 50-minute VWAP. No confirmation yet on the breakout over our recent high.
Trump end remarks to reporters at the White House. Again,
Trump's
Trump
leaving
has
now.
finished speaking.
So hopefully these prices maintain now that he's gone.
Treasury Department website says the US issues fresh Iran-related sanctions.
Back, man. Mm-mm-mm. So far, it looks like we're following RTY more than anything. Still just keeping an eye on this edge on NQ. Just our value edge as we come back down. I don't know how great of a session it's going to be today, boys. Huge gap up. Usually pretty terrible days after huge gap ups or gap downs. But we'll see what happens. Coming into our 70s now. This is our value edge on NQ. Watching RTY find a low as well. Potentially into this ADR low and the halfway back down here. Just this, we've got a node, right? We're just watching this as we come back down. Can I find a bid or not? Value edge test now on NQ. ES into POC. We have 30 seconds until Nick 15s.
According to the Times, UK police are investigating a fire at UK PM Starmer's house in North London in the early hours of Monday morning.
Got to get over 90s if we're going to see more off the bounce at 70s. Russell sideways, no confirmation yet that the low is in, but we are holding our node as of right now. So yeah, should be a first risk off for 20 points off of this low into 70s on our value edge. Immediate offer in the 90, retesting, see if we can maintain higher lows. 90 is just POC of previous candle, as well as our VWAP as resistance.
The Times do note that no one was hurt in the fire at UKPM's house. The door to the property was damaged.
You can see that that's also just like you're halfway back, right? So it's a super important area to look for a reoffer. And we'll see if this is going to be a lower high, right, for a continuation down, or if we can pop over for one more leg up into 810 for just to retest these highs. Unsure. But bidding off of that value low edge with Russell coming into that node was probably your only opportunity. There might be another opportunity here for a short, unsure. But as of right now, it's just good risk off. Now we watch for a lower high. Push back down to our 70s off of our failure at 790. RTY, retesting this node low again. As long as this thing continues to maintain lower highs, it's going to be really rough for the market. See if we can push below our value edge here on NQ.
Fed's Kugler says short-term inflation expectations matter and affect wage demands. So Kugler now commenting during the Q&A session in this event in Dublin. Fed's Kugler says if tariffs are long-lasting, the one issue I would be looking to is how supply chains get rearranged in the rest of the world.
Still just in balance between our 70 and 90. Russell battling for this node still. Yes, still balanced. No changes.
The House draft tax bill calls for $30,000 SALT deduction limit. So the bill restricts the SALT break to those earning $400,000 or less. Fed Kugler says US-China tariff reduction, obviously an improvement as far as trade between countries goes, still pretty high. Fed Kugler says I still expect increase in prices and a slowdown in the economy, though not to the same rate as before. Kugler says my basic outlook may have changed in terms of the extent to which we need to use our tools, but not the direction. The Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.7 billion and 6-month bills total $6 billion. As a reminder, the US are selling 3 and 6-month bills at the bottom of the hour. Fed Kugler says the extent of uncertainty may have gone down a bit, and the extent of supply shock. US House Tax Committee proposes to end the consumer EV tax credit by the end of the year instead of 2032, according to the draft. The Indian Army, on talks with Pakistan military, agreed that both sides consider immediate measures to ensure troop reductions from the borders and forward areas. Fed Kugler says I'm one of those who believes there could be some permanency from price increases related to tariffs. Kugler says pause changes the magnitude we may use our tools, but again, not the direction. Kugler says given the really tight labour market post-pandemic, many businesses are reluctant to let people go. So in 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.22%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.74. The US also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.09% and a prior bid to cover of 3.52.
We want to see a very clear reoffer on ES to lead this down to 1850 if we're going to go into this lower balance. Russell's still holding, NQ still maintaining its balance, so don't get incredibly bearish or bullish. We just had a huge gap up and we're consolidating now. We want to see a very clear shift out of this area before you go for an extended move. Just coming back down to our bottom of balance now on NQ. Again, would love to see a very clear reoffer and then continuation down if Russell is going, or sorry, if ES is going to be able to push down into these lower targets. 18 should be your first risk off if you are short. We look for then a move of either a lower high here or just a full rotation down to 11s. Unsure what happens as of yet, but you'd expect a bit of a bid here, a little relief, and then we look for either a secondary leg where we then rotate this down into 12s. Or a pop here, and then a recovery of this edge for rotations back up. So just keeping an eye on this. It's our first look below on NQ with RTY leading down. I think RTY leading down is going to be your signal for today of when you should be operating. And your lower target on NQ is going to be 740. If we can hold this edge as resistance, this like 65, 70. If it fails, then we're just going to do 4 rotations up and treat it like balance and recovery of our lower edge. Or I really believe that treating this more so as balance than trend right now is going to help you quite a bit. Don't expect any sort of crazy continuation until it's proven that there is a strong accelerating seller that wants a directional move, right? It's just like if you don't do that, you're just gonna end up getting chopped up.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 4.22% and a prior bid to cover of 2.74. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 4.09% and a prior bid to cover of 3.52.
Retesting our 65 edge on the look back in. You guys see what I mean? Why it's just better to treat it as balance. At 1 here at 85 on recovery. Looking for 90. Out 1 more into 90. 1 left. We have a bit of an excess at the lows, so I'd like to see a break of the highs, but you should be mostly risked off, just treating this as balance. ES has room to run if we can hold this edge.
So according to Mexico's Ebrard, the USMCA review, a process is to start in the second half of this year. Hamas says it is ready to be involved in negotiations to reach a comprehensive and sustainable ceasefire agreement. This is coming after the Hamas armed wing says that it released its Israeli-American hostage. We're also shortly expecting the results from both the 3 and 6 month bill auctions at the bottom of the hour. Six-month bill high rate 4 spot 105%, 4 spot
Such a passive
105%,
seller at
with a bid
800.
cover of 3 spot 26, 3
Gotta get
spot
over it for
26.
anything more.
The US selling 74 billion, awarding 33 spot 33% of bids at high. For the 3-month bills, the high rate is 4 spot 3%, 4 spot 3%, with the bid to cover of 2 spot 51, 2 spot 51. The US selling $83 billion, awarding 65 spot 34% of bids at high.
Do I use brackets? No, I'm not a bracket trader for most of the time. I usually don't. I usually market buy in and then set limit stops. I don't usually use a set stop. Doesn't really because my areas of interest are so specific. Brackets don't really make sense for a static risk to reward because I have very clear invalidation levels. So I know when I'm wrong based off of what I'm looking for specifically, rather than a set amount of points of loss. But usually my stops, that being said, I know I'm usually wrong within about 10 points of loss based off of what we're looking for. Like stuff like this is just such a easy trade when like this a bracket here wouldn't make sense, but what we're looking for is very clear, which is just a recovery of this balance edge. So putting my stop below this, right? And then I'm still basically running 10 points of risk even just here, where I'm looking for this bid to be here for this rotation up, right? But it's not a bracket based order, it's a price action based order by looking for this seller to get absorbed, which we can see on footprint, and then the recovery of our balance edge for the rotation up, right? It just doesn't make sense when I'm looking for a mechanical setup to have a static RR. The only time I'll use more of like a bracket styled order is if we're I mean, I really never use brackets, but the only time I'll do like a set thing like that is if we've like are in a very clear balance trade and I just have limits on either edge. I'll set up my trade. I'll basically like I will fully set up my trade of like my take profit and my entry with a limit and a profit target all set if I'm looking for like basically a balanced rotation. Just because like that I'm more likely to get filled at that edge if I have a limit already set. That's the only time I'll do it. But 90% of the time I'm just marketing in once I see what I want and marketing out or limiting out depending. Like for this trade specifically, I marketed in on the recovery of our 65s and then limited out at 85 and 90. And now I have one runner sitting at 65 as my stop. It really is trader dependent, but for what I do, because I have such a clear path of what I'm looking for, it doesn't really make sense. Hopefully that is helpful. Just into our passive seller here at 800s. Yes, has also recovered its balance. Just trying to do the rotation. Russell also found its low. NQ looking above our balance high. See if we can hold. It makes sense that we're seeing a bit of a push higher with this excess on the lows, right? Just like we talked about. I don't know if we're going to get more. We have to show interest over 810 for really anything. This 800, 810 is just where this passive seller is sitting. So there's a lot of potential for this to do the exact opposite if we're going to maintain balance. If we can't show interest here up into these highs, right? If we can't show this as supportive, we're just looking for this to basically come back down and then rotate through and then the same offer again. Just balance, right? Like we know how to trade balance. We know what to look for at our edges. So just waiting now, just in a runner. Again, like it does not make sense to look for a crazy trend, and it feels really bad trying to short a 1,000 point up gap up, right? Just think of this as the market digesting after a huge move up. If we get continuation, amazing, right? But don't at any point short or long an edge high of a balance until you see a very clear secondary buyer step in, right? Like you shouldn't be trying to short here until we see that push below and then the hold. Just like as you shouldn't be longing into this edge unless you see a very clear bid and then step up and then retest. This is just balance. Don't get caught when there are very clear recovery trades that we can play, capturing 65 to 800, right? Like it's if you can capture 40 points, take the 40-point trade instead of looking for the 1,000 point trade that you haven't seen any clarity on yet and just getting chopped up over and over again when there's just a clear 40 points offered to you over and over and over again. That adds up very quickly. Watch for retest here off that sell. Our balance high edge at 90s for offer. And then we look for one more leg down into 65s if we fail. Very clear seller, right? Now we watch for the reoffer. Just balance persisting. Again, just what I just said, which is looking for any anything more than our balance that's already been defined is just kind of a bad move. But that does not mean that you can't make money if you're using your brain. I mean, this rotation with one contract is like $600, $700. Full rotation off our reoffer, push down into 65s, expecting a bid here. And then we look for a lower high. Seller sitting at 70. Need to show interest above, and then we can look for 85s if we are able to push over that. You see what I mean? Like, what? Like, why are you trying to overcomplicate it? Like, what are we doing here? Just free money. Again, this should be a risk off as we push into like 80, 85. It's your first target off of a hold of 65s. We show any interest back above. Maybe something here, unsure. I'd expect our offer to be sitting here to defend this seller who just swept through, though, right? So it makes sense for, unless something drastic is going to change, that our offer sits here, right? And then we look for that to be here. If that's here, we'll look for the look below and then the rotation down. If that offer isn't present here and we're able to pop over 800s, we should expect continuation up. But until then, you should be thinking of this as like a very clear seller sitting here into this like 85, 90 from our hold of our 65 edge, where we have a known buyer, right? Like that. You again, use your brain. Where was our buyer last? We've already defined this as balance. Take your points. Let's get some more levels on Russell here. I'm lacking. Here we go. Good higher low on NQ. Retesting our offer here again. Again, there's not a ton more here until we can show interest over 800. Just our offer sitting here. We know we've got a bid that's attempting a bit higher, but our offer is still above. So you're either still in a runner from 65s or you're trying to short with a 10-point stop, or really like 15-point stop here with 90s to 800s, right, just above the POC. Just sitting here. Again, only a long continuation potential on we'll look back over this from this higher low. Right, this is just our resistance. It is what it is. So we're watching to see if that offer is going to sit here, and if we can breach back below our 65s for continuation down off of the hold here, or if we can look back above and show interest above this POC here. Again, we have two edges, 65 and 90. You're taking profit in the 90s off of the hold of 65, and now you're waiting in a runner, if anything. Russell retesting our low here. We want to see it very clearly bid for another higher low. Just to maintain this, if Russell starts to lead down, that's when we start to see weakness in the market. Again, these are our higher lows, so I'll just mark that with a line so that it is visually apparent. So again, offer held that 90 to 800, just a rotation back down to 65. I wouldn't bid 65s here. Not worth. Not preemptively, at least. We need to watch to see reactions, but we should look for this low to be taken, would be my guess. Futures trader experience. Are you still in chat? Just to add on to that, I want to say something else, but I want to make sure you're here first. So I think if you wanted to use a bracket, man, I would just make them really wide, just so that you could immediately shift them to account for your risk. But other than that, I would say that I don't really like brackets. But like if you wanted to, like, let's say you click buy market and you wanted a bracket to be able to be placed immediately where you have your max risk, right? So have your bracket set for your max risk and then your, standard profit that you usually take, either that's like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, whatever it is. You could have it set like that, and then you would immediately move it on the DOM to account for your actual trade. So it would just help you get your limit and your limits on the DOM faster. I think that that's fine to use as a bracket, but that's basically like the only situation that I see them as like viable for the what I would want to use them as. Other than that, like I feel like I just move them immediately. Like I just don't have a standard risk model like that. Like I'm trading a range, right? So like my bracket is going to be immediately placed manually by me because it's the range in which I'm trading and I'm buying an edge low. But like if you wanted to be able to trade a bracket and have that safety net of like something immediately sweeping you out, totally get it. So you would set it as your max risk and then immediately shift it to meet your setup. Right? So like say you're on the DOM and your max risk is, 15 points. So whatever your entry is, you'd automatically have a bracket that's 15 points lower than that, and then you'd have a profit target that's 30 points above it or whatever. And then you'd be able to then shift that, drag it on your DOM immediately, having those limits already on there for you. I think that's fine. Other than that, though, not a big fan of brackets. Yeah, well, again, like I think
So keep in mind, in 5 minutes' time now,
newer
at the
traders to have
top
a
of the hour,
bracket.
Bank of England policymaker Taylor speaks in a fireside chat at the Bank of England Bank Watchers Conference 2025 at the King's Business School.
But I mean, like trading is like 90% discipline, right? So like, is it like if you're letting your shit bleed out on you that much, like you've got bigger problems, Like you have to have faith that you're going to be able to make back any scratches that you take. Let things be paper cuts. Don't let them be, hemorrhaging wounds that destroy your account. So it's
So with Bank of England's
like a
Taylor, no
mentality shift
text
than
is
anything.
expected, but there is a Q&A.
If you know yourself well enough where like you won't be able to close a losing trade, then yeah, use a bracket, right? And again, just set it at your max risk so that you don't blow up your account if you know you're someone who doesn't have the self-control to be able to close a trade that's losing. But if you do, right, and you do have setups and you are trading based off of your playbook, like there's no reason really to do that. if you're being disciplined and have any sort of self control. But it's really about knowing yourself. But I think, again, like if you wanted a way to have that safety net in place, setting it at your max risk per contract is totally understandable, and then being able to adjust it immediately afterwards for the trade specifically. I'm not in this rotation. I didn't buy 65s again. I don't like the lower low into the push down. I'm not in this rotation. Balance is persisting though. I don't like the Russell divergence. Not wanting to take a loser is the biggest brain change for newer traders. Yeah. And I think like people are way too obsessive about their win rate and about like posting on the Discord or like the need for approval, right? And it's just like taking losses and having losers is just a part of trading, and you should be expecting it. It's just part of it. But being able to limit those losses to not affect your P&L, right? In the sense of like, oh, I was wrong. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm right on my next trade. Oh, I made up for my loss. Now I'm neutral, right? Like it's just, it happens. Shit happens. You're not going to be right every time. But letting that really affect your decision making is just, it's going to be so hard to be profitable if you're too afraid to, you know, lose. It's just a part of it. But the more that you trade and the more confident you become in your playbook and the trades that you're taking, the more you're going to gain that feeling of being like, oh yeah, this is fine. This is manageable. Right? But if you let things bleed forever, it's going to be very hard to make up for those losses because you're no longer following a system in place that accounts for it, right? Like I can take multiple $300 losses, but if I let that loser run, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, it's going to be a lot harder to make up for that with the way that I'm trading because I'm taking, you know, $200 profits, $300 profits, $500 profits. So that one loser is now accounting for like 5 or 6 winners for me. And all of a sudden, like, it's very hard to make that difference back. But, you know, a $300 trade where I'm taking 10 points of loss on a single contract, that's very manageable. Because that's just one rotation in a, you know, in a 20 or 30 point balance.
Surely expected to hear from Bank of
that
England's
I can make
Taylor.
that back for if I'm wrong. And I know I'll be wrong immediately, right? Like, and I'll just play that next rotation up. I don't know. It's much easier to manage in something like that, where I have a very clearly defined understanding of how many points I need to make up for any sort of bad decision that I make. I don't know. The more that you take the same 5 setups over and over again on a daily basis, the more you're gonna just be like, oh yeah, like that's fine. Like, oh okay, I was wrong, and I know I'm wrong, and I know that we're going in the opposite direction now, and now I can take that trade with this as a secondary move, right? There's a lot of times where I'm wrong, and I'll take, you know, a $350 loss, and then I'll immediately have my best trade of the day because I reversed my position in the opposite direction, understanding that I was wrong. And then I will play with that seller or with that buyer if I was short, right? Like playing that reverse and understanding that I was wrong and then going in the opposite direction once my setup is invalidated, I will then play the opposite direction because I was part of the excess, right, that's now offsides. And I will now make up for that immediately with my next trade. Do I use hotkeys? No, I just click the DOM. I am way too... I am... How do I describe this? I don't trust myself with the hotkey. I feel like I'd press it a lot just by accident. I already sometimes like mess up just like clicking market order and close my full position sometimes by like cancel all, just by on the DOM itself. So if I had like a hotkey when I was trying to type in Discord and then I clicked it, I would really piss myself off. Not for me. There's no reason. Like, what's the difference between clicking a hotkey and just clicking buy market, sell market, exit all, cancel all, clicking on the DOM itself? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Get a Steam Deck? Why would I want a Steam Deck? And I have one, but I don't know what that would have to do with trading. What's the difference between me clicking something on my keyboard and clicking my mouse button? I've never found hotkeys to be beneficial. Seems like a gimmick. I'm not scalping that much where like I would need to. I'm not taking 5-second trades, so like it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe if I was like a high frequency trader or like a 5-second scalp of 100 contracts was something that I was doing where I was looking for like to make money off of the spread. But I'm not looking for range rotations. Just seems like a novelty. But if it's something you like, go for it, I guess. I don't, nothing wrong with it. Not for me, though. This is most likely a bid off the hold of 65s on the look back in. Watching Russell on this recovery of our balance. I missed that wick low, so not in this, just waiting. Again, like this is a super simple trade if all you're doing is looking for a push below, a look above, a retest of our low, and then a rotation up. And then you're just taking profit in first into 85s and then into this secondary target into these highs. You know that you're not looking for expansion until we show a very clear look above and hold of this 800. It's just a rotation of this range. We need to take out this POC up here for anything more. And all we're looking for is like, is the Russell leading down or are we recovering our range? Like this should be a very obvious place where you're taking profit. This is our pivot on RTY off of the hold and recovery, right? Same thing on NQ, top of our range. Unless we see the look above and holds, this has to be where you're taking some profit off. It just has to be. It's balance. If you have the ability to hold runner, go for it, right? But there's a good chance that it gets stopped out for break even. But if it doesn't, then you're in at the absolute low, and you'll be very happy, you know. But definitely take off some profit under the top here. And just watch Russell to see if we're going to get any more or if this is it. We know we have room above if Russell can maintain this edge high. Push up into that like 92.6. Again, as soon as you're able to like define the balance, there's lots of money to be made in balance if you can just be patient. But if you continue to try to short or long the opposite side of the rotation, like you're just gonna get chopped up here over and over and over again. But as long as you're patient and just watch to see if there's going to be a shift of value or it's going to remain in equilibrium, like you're kind of just, you're good to go. Again, like, there's a lot of money to be made in a 40-point range if you can play the edges. It's not the most glamorous trading in the world, but it is very profitable trading. Yeah, great job, man. I'm glad you're taking some stuff in. So like the zones that I have on chart right now are just based off of fixed ranges. So like if I for like ES and RTY, it's just like I'm watching where consolidation is happening and then just marking a fixed range and then marking our edges, right, of our value low and value high. This red box above is just POC to value high of our upper range. So that would be my target where sell side would be sitting if we ever rotated up. But that's really it. And then for NQ, it's a little bit more specific because it's based off of our footprint levels as well. Whereas like this 800 edge is just into these POCs, which was originally, let me turn this off. This is just that value edge where we saw this absorption up into these highs. So all of these buyers up here are off sides, right? So this is just where we saw sellers absorbing passively. So I've just marked our value edge here. And then all of these people above are offsides. How do we know that? Well, we can see that there was a bid that was attempting to push and they failed and we rotated away from it, right? So I'm just considering this is where absorption is occurring. So every time we come up into here, I'm just expecting the same, which is just passive sellers taking in these lots from this participant that was here, right? And then in the lows, we saw a pretty active bid into this 60 to 70. This is just our value low edge on our daily profile, right? Into our 65 here from earlier. So it's just like if value is going to remain, I expect that our value low edge is going to continue to maintain as our bid. And that's basically it. So I'm just marking where those passive selling we're taking
Bank of
in
England's
lots
Taylor
and
says,
where
I see myself as a
passive
bit of an
buyers are taking
activist.
in bids. Right, we're just playing a rotation.
And that I voted for a half-point rate
D
cut last
profile.
week. So just again, just give it some color. Taylor voted for a half-point rate cut last week.
See if we get any shift or if it's more of the same. Not really expecting anything crazy here. We've got a buyer attempting at the 790, 78, at this 800, but still just being absorbed pretty clearly. Need to see quite a bid to step above. No interest here on this edge. Very tempting. From this 90 hold, we'd want to see a very clear pop over 810 for continuation up. Or we're just going to expect this guy to get taken again. Russell attempting at these highs. Just want to see that maintain. We want to see ES hold this edge at 24 and then be able to rotate up. If these things fail, then nothing has changed in our balance. So again, the idea here is that we're able to build over this POC. We have a minute left on this candle, and 810 is still holding offer. We have our POC that's shifted up to that 90, 95 that we talked about. We're just watching now to see on the new 15 if we can develop here. It is so important that we continue to develop in this red zone. If this can continue to hold us supportive, we can keep going up. If this on our new 15 open fails to hold and we push back below, it'll become a very clear offer point that we can then continue down from. So just be patient here. We have 30 seconds until new 15's open. We are looking for price to be able to develop above this POC and take out this absorption that we've seen into the top of this range. If that fails, again, we know where we're headed. 15 seconds. New 15s have opened. Again, bid very clearly resting at 95s on NQ below.
According to Goldman Sachs, OPEC Plus is at 410,000 barrels a day in July and pause. The bank assumes key OPEC nations will agree on June 1st to raise required production one final time by 410,000 barrels a day for July, as quota compliance still hasn't improved.
Bid trying to step up into this like 13 to 15 on NQ. ES has a bit more room. Russell still flat. So what did we talk about and what has happened? Are we developing above the POC here at 800s? Yes, right? So we've successfully shifted outside of this balance. We are now holding our POC of previous candle, and we are slow grinding up. Russell flat, so this move's kind of gross, but it is doing exactly what we thought it would. And we're just watching to see where this offer is going to be in last. I'd expect the rotation up into this like 30 to 40. It's your first target. We'll watch to see what our reaction is from there. Just our upper balance. Just coming back up into this POC up here. Yes, into our top edge here, into 31, 32 really. If we can get over 34s, potentially more. Russell also leading up, holding our top edge. Looks okay. We've got room up to 92.6. That's where this offer was last. Just gotta wait and see what happens. But as long as RTY is able to either go sideways or up, price should be able to continue. Pushing into next target here on NQ. I think this is a great risk off into 38s. We can show interest above and bid, just like we did here at our 800s. Should be able to continue onward. Just need to see this bid out at this 38 to 47, just like we did from 800 to 810 up here, right? Or we'll just expect chop or range in between these two pivots. But there's your next rotation.
Bank of England's Taylor says disinflation process was underway last year.
Again, I think you should just be moving up stops up here. We understand that this is where sell side was sitting last. Let your runner run, but know that this is where we expect sell side to be sitting. If we can start to shift above, awesome. If not, I expect to pull back to about 15 to 25. Right, just some sort of push back down into here for a retest of this guy from off of that.
Bank of England's Taylor says erosion of business confidence in the UK has continued in REC and PMI surveys. Taylor says there is a sense of precaution and concern. A tariff shock was bigger than anyone expected. Bank of England's Taylor says, although there are signs of a pause, we don't know where it will go. Says wage settlements data is coming in line with expectations for slower wage growth. Bank of England's Taylor says there's more probability of a downside scenario.
You're short off of our high into 38s. Watch for a bid here at 25 to 15. If we flip this, then more likely to need a further down rotation. We have 40 seconds left. We look for either a high or low here, right? Just a flagging and a development.
Bank of England's
This is a
Taylor
bid,
says
and then we'll
global
look over.
uncertainty and trade diversion are deflationary.
Or a rotation into 60. Or this, again, will flip, and then we'll look for this to go offer, and then we need to rotate back down into like 95 first before we figure out what we want to do. But this is where you should be looking to see if we get our high or low here. So we rotate down. Again, and the 38 was very expected. It's just POC from the sell side, right? It's no brainer. Watch our retest here on ES, on RTY of our edge. See if we can find a bid. Really nice retest on RTY, immediate bid at our 89.2. Just watching to see on NQ if we can do the same. Got to show interest over 30. Offer sitting at 29.30 right now for a lower high, for a rotation down into 15s.
Bank of England's Taylor says if you wait for every piece of data to confirm the fall in inflation, you will be behind the curve. Bank of England's Taylor says we are a long way from the neutral level of interest rates.
So great first risk off. We watch to see how we interact here into our highs. We are watching RTY off of our hold of our low as we push into these highs. We're watching for a potential ES move down as well off of a lower high or a rotation up. We just need to see a break of the downtrend, right? So let's see what we can do here off of our bid off of 15 to 25. Ideally, we continue up.
Taylor says the neutral rate for me is 2.75 to 3% in the UK.
Hello, rally traders.
You.
What's up?
Sup.
Hello, Surf.
So, like, is there anything wrong with me
Bank of
looking
England's
for
Taylor
these
says,
two
I would
trades?
rethink if signs of tariffs of 6 months ago.
No, because we've already defined where our offer is and where our bid is, right? So I can play both sides because it is what it is. So, like, we have known levels. If we can look over this 38 to 48, then we get more. If we can't, then we already know where the offer is. It's been decided on footprint already, right? Why can't I paste those?
Bank of England's Taylor on tariffs says, I don't know if we'll get halfway back.
That dude's been hanging out in the dandy shop.
Russell into target here. If we lose momentum, this might be all we get. We need to see a very clear bid above here. If you're in NQ from our 25 hold, this is, again, just our top into 38s. Great risk off for a secondary target. Need to see a look over 48s and the ability to develop out here if we're going to go higher, just like we have pathed. Keeping an eye on RTY for continuation potential.
Bank of England's Taylor says the UK-US trade deal is quite slender.
Offer flashing pretty clearly at 850 on NQ above. Look as we push up. Russell still holding our pivot. Maintaining higher lows, it's good, but just into our offer here. Not a lot to talk about until we either look above or look below first for me. Just very clearly at our pivot. Just a waiting area. think we can push to 60 here on NQ. Taken. See if we get more. Bait attempting to step in. Rotation would give you push to 80s if we can see a successful bid over 60 and hold.
Yes, got pretty thin once we got into this imbalance to take the bid stepping into 42s.
This is ES into our 30-second opening range low at 44. Bid pretty clear at 49 or 50, whatever you want to call it. So just watching to see if we can get this last rotation up into our 30-second opening range and then the supply above into 80s. Watching ES into our 30-second opening range low here off of our hold and shift of our balance high.
So seeing some strength come through in the S&P 500 here, currently up 2.8% on the session, just bringing back some of those losses that it made from the open.
There might be one more leg. I'm flat as we push into this. Just waiting. Let's see if we get a bid into this like 54.60 for another leg.
Bank of England's Taylor says household
Just played that
inflation
sweep.
expectations appear to show a lag for many respondents.
Watching to see if we find a bid here. The bid wants to be needs to be pretty clearly defined here at this like 58 to 68, or a rotation down to our buyer down at 50 is gonna happen. Just watching this seller getting a little absorbed here into 68. Unsure directionally where we're headed, but it looks like a flag to me as right now with Russell leading up. So let's see if we can get this last leg. As long as RTY can continue pushing. It's a bit rough with ES into our edge here. But I'd like to see this be able to hold and then pop in at least into the supply. But if RTY gets to target here first into VWAP and then rejects, this is going to need to come down into this bid first before we just figure out where we're going. So I push into our supply here off our hold, Russell into target, ES into ORM. Need to show any interest over 80 to 90 for more, or this is it. Just a quick scalp for right now, right? Just our hold of our 68 to our push into our 80 to 90. We, again, are able to build over this 80 to 90. We'll look for the opening range rotation. But until then, just got to treat this as supply because it is supply. As long as Russell has momentum, should be all right. We're just watching this pivot here. It's a big test into VWAP. VWAP. And of course, ES into our 30-second opening range mid. We would love to be able to see this bid here at our day open and then do the rotation up into our highs and then do a little bit of consolidation like this, then continue onward for a push into 58. If this fails here, we'll just be looking for take out of this bid and then a rotation through back down to like 34, 35. So we'll see what happens. Yes, retesting our edge. See if we can find that bid off our rejection of 48s. Watching to see if Russell can continue as well. Just back to our liquidity here on NQ. No change. Hunting short to see if buyer can maintain above the cash open on ES. Yeah, I think it's a little preemptive. I would just wait for the break of structure and the break of the higher lows, but definitely a good place to start looking. You're not wrong. You just don't want to miss a larger move if it's just a pullback for a continuation in an uptrend off of the breakup balance, right? So this is where you're going to start watching to see if our day open is going to hold as resistance, right? Just don't want to be too preemptive about it, because then you miss the pullback buy for a continuation up. I will be right back. Gonna grab some water. 40 seconds till new 15s.
Is your open?
ECB's
Really
Nagel
watch this
says, must be
RTYV up
humble in
here.
assessing the current situation and must be cautious on monetary policy decisions. Shouldn't react to individual announcements. So ECB's Nagel and Escriva are speaking a joint newspaper interview here.
Man, so same. Wow, I can't speak. Still no beta invitation, Mario. What the hell?
Yeah.
Unlucky.
I'm a little surprised they're not just throwing them out. At least a stress test, at the very least.
What's up, Visionary?
Israel's PM Netanyahu says he spoke with Trump.
Decided trading above these 48s on ES here. Or 50s daily open. This is RTY purely into that VWAP. Big selling deltas from earlier.
US stocks extend gains with the S&P 500 up 3% now. Google introduces an AI futures fund. So Trump, making a post on Truth Social, says this week Republicans are meeting in the Tax, Energy and Agriculture Committee on major pieces of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Republicans need to unify behind their highly respected Chairman Smith. So Trump says we'll work together on any tax bill outstanding issues. Some more color on the prior Google headline. The Google AI Futures Fund is to invest in and collaborate with startups.
So your full rotation on ES, look for the push above here at 53. See if we can hold this for that rotation to 58. RTY, a bit more room up into 103.5. NQ has room off of the hold and recovery of our pivot here on our 30-second opening range. We're looking for bids at 904 ideally for rotations up to 24. See if we can hold here on this and then look up like that if we're going to do more. Getting through this 920 is huge for us. There's a decent amount of selling that happened here on the push down. Push into our 58s. That's your 5% correction up on ES. I don't really have anything until like here. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, great job. Glad you're holding it. I think 64 is going to be a good area to chill for a bit.
$62, yes, a Globex high. Russell is like really lagging in terms of like structure. Globex PLC for RTY is still 11 points above, 10 points above.
See if we can hold our edge here. 24s, 20s, 24s on NQ on any retest. We've done the full rotation for me on ES. If we can show interest up here on ES, then again, like I think that that look up into Globex at like 64, 66 area makes sense, but we've done the move. This Russell into our 30-second opening range is resistance. If we can't get over this 25-30 on NQ, probably one more leg down. Need to see a very clear bid above that. Testing now. You should be looking for a bid at like 900, 905 for this. See if we find it here. If not, we do a full retrace of our 30-second opening range off the failure at our high. So if you did take a short off that 25.30 on the look-in, we're watching to see if a bid's going to be here to get us back over, or if we're going to do the full rotation into this low and then a recovery like that. Unsure.
We're shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
Gonna delete our ES pathing now that this is fully played. No reason to keep this on chart. We can keep the downside leg. I'll just move it over. That hasn't changed, but just watching to see if we can maintain above now. Pushing into our target now, 905s. Watch to see if bids can hold here into this 900, 905, where we do a full rotation with this flipping.
$34 counterparties take $147.505 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
think our Russell retest here will be significant. Should either show a very clear offer and then rotation back down to this pivot at 98.1, or it will look above and then recover this edge for rotations up into like 110. Watching now. Russell leading us here. Retesting our low. And Q back into our pivot. This is our demand. See if we flip through with Russell leading, or if bid's able to maintain here. We are pushing down into our low here. This is a great secondary target if you are short off of 25.30 or a secondary off of this 900-905 flipping offer. Watching for reactions here. We need to see a very clear step back up above this for anything more. Just got filled one there. I wish it kind of showed the amount of contracts on the trade lines thing on Trade of 8.
Yeah.
Would be nice.
If you scale, you can count them, but it
Yeah.
doesn't help if you don't. It doesn't really help when you can either, to be honest.
So again, this is where bid's going to be. If it was anywhere, it would be this lower edge. We need to see a very clear recovery over 900, 910 and secondary push if we're going to go up, or just expect your offer to be sitting there off of this flip of our pivot. I have one runner for short. Here is what I did. You can see me getting stopped out of my long. I didn't take profit into our wick highs like an idiot into 20s. So I was looking for a move up into 25 for full retest, and then just let it stop me out below, and then just added on the flip, and then made it back, and then played the rotation down like we have marked. So I only tried with one contract on the flip on when I closed my short from 25s. And then stopped out for one, and then added 3 on the flip below for this rotation down to make up the loss. And now just have one runner. You can see that here. And this is either going to stop me out, which is fine, or we'll offer here into this 909.10, and then we look for the leg below. Unsure. Just playing the range rotation on our orb. And the way that I see it is we failed at our highs. We look back in. We have a known edge here. We look for this rotation down. That's a trade. Then we see a failure here on where the offer was last. Okay, great. I get stopped out there. We look below where our bid was last. So we've now pushed through this sweep up, and now the offer is holding it. So now I'm looking for this rotation into our low of range, right? From our high of range to our low range. We know a bid should be here. Just if this is our balance. This is our balance high edge. Our balance low edge. Now we're just watching to see how we interact here in between. If the offer is going to hold, we expect our bid to be here, and then we look for offer to be here again for a push lower. If a bid is going to step up, we're looking for a look over, and then a very clear rotation up like this. We know this is resistance. So that's about it. Now we'll look to see if a bid will hold here, or if the offer is going to push us back down. Unsure.
30 seconds until new half hours.
Bid pretty clear at 895. As long as that's maintaining this 90-95, I think upside wins if we get over tens from this hold of our 895. Looking above, It's sitting 905. I think you're just waiting on Russell. Nothing's invalidated on NQ for me. Testing into our buy side liquidity here. Offer trying to step down just into our 95. This is where the last bid was. Waiting on Russell to see if it holds low or if it's going to lead down that secondary leg into 91. 98.1, sorry. This 90.95 needs to be like a very clear hold, and then we need to get over 910s with Russell finding a bottom. That's the only upside trigger that makes sense. Anything else is just going to be a look below our previous bid and then an offer for a continuation down. Again, the bid is pretty clearly sitting here. Got to get over 910s though. That is where your sell side's sitting. What's up, Screwhead?
Good afternoon.
How do I use the POC? It's usually where I'm looking for a reaction, so supportive area on any sort of retest into it, or a offer on a look into it. It's just where I look for a rebid or reversal. So like, does it make sense that I'm looking for a bid at 90.95 if POC of the last candle is there, and we've pushed away from it, and now we're coming back down? Like, yes. So it can create a scalping opportunity where we're trading into our known seller into that candle, and we're looking for a bid there, or for it to flip as resistance for a continuation down. So it's usually just an area where I'm either like risking off or risking on any sort of like first test in, depending on the trade type. And then I'm just trading it to the value of that candle usually. Because I trade NQ. If I was trading ES or RTY, I would use it as well, but I don't need to know where that is directly sitting because I'm not scalping ES or RTY. I'm using it on NQ to scalp. And then ES and RTY, I just keep my main pivots and watch for reactions with NQ. Swing trade futures? No, not hardly ever. The risk is just way too great. Unless I'm like 500 points up already from, then I've got a runner, then I'll hold over Globex sometimes. But most of the time, it's just not worth the risk, in my opinion. Maybe we just did like a 1,000 point gap. What am I doing in Globex if I'm asleep? My strategy only works for scalping. Just because I only trade it for scalping doesn't mean that it doesn't work for other markets or time frames. I just don't have. I'm trading my money, and I don't feel comfortable trading. I just explained it. I'm not talking more about it. If you want to trade options with the same strategies, go for it. It works. But I'm not holding NQ positions overnight. That's idiotic. I don't think people realize the amount of leverage that a single contract holds. I don't think you realize what NQ is worth, one NQ contract, and what you're held responsible for. I have never traded forex in my life. Do I trade oil? No. Or gold? No.
Big oil trader.
I trade NQ, boys. Why try to fix something that is not broken? Why? What's the need to trade GC? Making money trading NQ. You're gonna find the more you watch experienced traders trade, they trade one thing. And they get very good at trading one thing. People who trade 70 different things are sus. It's just markets don't always move the same. You have to be very familiar with markets and how the rotations occur. There's a reason why I can like predict like almost to the tick where things are going to bounce in a normal market on NQ. It's because I've been trading it for so long. And I understand what like a normal day looks like and what an average rotation looks like. And when things are in normalcy, like it's very easy for me to read NQ. I can't do the same on like any other market because I'm not familiar with the price action. I'm not familiar with what the auction looks like at a given level. If I, watched it for 3 years, I'd be much more familiar with it, but I'm very familiar with like the liquidity on NQ. I know when things are bad, when I don't want to trade it. I know when I want to trade it. I know when markets are doing what I want. I'm very familiar with it. That familiarity is what gives me half of my edge, I swear. So if I go to some random market that I don't understand how people get punished and how it moves, I'm gonna have a really bad time trying to utilize the same strategies that I utilize on NQ because I'm not familiar with the order flow for it. Will I trade something else in the future? I don't know. I mean, I trade ES occasionally. I mean, what's the point of trading something else? Like, what am I gaining from trading something else? I don't understand. What? I'm out 2/3 my position from our 90.95. I don't look for more until we get over 25 on NQ. and that's
ECB's
our hold.
Kazakh says that I see gradual rate reductions if CPI converges at 2%. Kazakh's currently speaking on LTV.
More experience maybe and a different strategy. Again, like, what is your objective? Is your objective to make money? Or be right all the time? In every market? Like, I just don't, like, what are you trying to do?
It's like asking why like a professional like football player doesn't go play baseball.
Minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US federal budget balance forecast 256 billion, prior minus 161 billion.
Just making conversation. I mean, okay. I'm not like attacking you. I just don't like understand. The logic that got you to that question. Because like again, like if you're good or proficient at anything, you should just stick with it. Expanding to different markets doesn't change your like it's only going to like what's the benefit? Am I looking to trade more than I already am? Hell no. I already trade too much. I want to be as focused in my objective and goals and with what I'm looking at as I can to not overcomplicate what I'm looking for, my strategies, and I don't want to be focused on multiple markets and then miss out on trades because I'm trying to do too much. If I can be singular in my objective, I can then put all of the time and energy into that one thing, allowing me to be much more proficient at it than trying to watch 70 different stocks and trade 70 different stocks. I mean, like I've already done this. Like you have to know that like I used to be an options trader and we would be trading 19 different instruments at the same time, and I'd have to pay attention to 20 different charts as well as the same markets that I'm looking at right now. Like it was just a disaster. It was too much.
Me and Sig used to stay up literally all night just looking at screeners.
It was just too much, man. And at the end of the day, like I was still basing all of my trades off of the same things that we're looking at right now, which is like ES, RTY, NQ, even for like my regular options trades, because there's things that are such high beta that there's like we're looking for things that are highly correlated but with more volatility. So it's like, okay, everything's into a pivot. Sweet. I'm going to go play Roku here because I know that when SPY finds a bid, Roku usually moves, 5% more than, moves 5% for every 1% on SPY. It's like, okay, I can play off of that. But then you discover futures markets and it doesn't matter because then you can just trade leveraged SPY, leveraged NQ, and then you're just getting the best of both worlds without having to stare at 90 different underlying charts. Futures is a game changer. Yeah, it was an options trader before a futures trader. feel like that's usually the pipeline. Because the only reason you're trading options is because you want leverage. And then futures gives you the same thing.
Without theta.
Mm-hmm. Without the fuckery. Was it worth trading options? I mean, I'm not trading options anymore, am I?
Back when you had to, there was no other options except putting up like 20,000 per ES contract. Yes, but now you don't have to do that anymore. So no.
We are at PT here off of our hold of 90.95 bid into our 25 on NQ. See if we can flip it or if it remains the same. I'm a bit hesitant to think that we get more upside that lasts until Russell shows interest over our 103.5. We've just been seeing the same rejection over and over again. So we'll watch to see if this gets taken again, just like last attempt on NQ.
5 minutes ago to be at the federal budget balance for the US. Forecast 256 billion, prior minus 161 billion.
Listen, like I don't think there's anything wrong with any of those other markets. I just am not experienced enough to want to put money into them. I'd probably have to like paper trade oil for like a month before I'd be comfortable putting money in. I'll be right back.
No.
Only options positions I take these days are hedges for my long term.
Yeah.
Literally it.
Well, it's just there's like I said, when you used to have to put up like full margin, like it made more sense to trade options. When that changed, it doesn't make sense. At least for the way we trade. I think that's an important caveat. Like, it's not that it doesn't work, it's just that it works better with futures. I don't know if there's like a stress implication, but it's all basically the same.
Options don't have to be stressful. Just and like there's nothing wrong with options trading. There's nothing at all. But if you're trading like 0 DTE, there's a very big difference between like trading spreads and trading 0 DTE Gamba.
Yeah.
And like if I'm gonna trade 0 DTE Gamba, I might as well just trade futures.
Yep.
Way less like variables. Like I don't need to worry about theta at all. I don't need to worry about any of the things that affect the options market, and I can just trade my pivot to pivot and take profit. Like there's nothing to worry about. And like you guys can follow along. There's no PDT. I was like one of the biggest issues with scalping, trying to trade options is like you get 3 trades a week and then you're in PDT. Like, okay, sick. So I just like can't be wrong, or you guys like stop out of a trade and then that's that. You're done trading for the week. Like that's not great. I have to be right 100% of the time, and every trade has to, and I have to be selective about my
One meant to
trades
go down to
because
be
you're
the federal
limited.
budget
The
balance for the
retail is
US.
limited by what they can take. Whereas like this, I can just scalp a rotation
So looking for a
between
surplus of
95 and
$256 billion.
925 and like make money and just call it a day. And we can all take that trade. It's just kind of a no-brainer.
Ten seconds. $258.4 billion, $258.4 billion. So again, there's a surplus of $258.4 billion, higher than forecast of $256 billion. US April budget shows customs duties surged to $16 billion, up 130% from a year earlier. Also, Fed releases senior loan officer opinion survey of bank lending, the first since Trump took office.
So our idea of not getting the continuation with Russell still just chopping is playing out. We're still holding our 910s, which is great, but offer still sitting above 25, so not a huge range here. Need to see a very clear look over 25.30 for more on NQ. You wish you could trade GC mainly? Why?
I mean, you can.
Yeah. But why?
No one's stopping you.
I just don't understand why people would trade things like that. Don't get it. Did you used to trade during the UK session? I mean, I've traded the
And we
UK
have posted out the
session,
federal budget balance report for April 2025 on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
but no. I've never at any point been like, this is when I'm trading. I trade the Chicago session because I am American.
And stuff like, I mean, like, is it worth to wake up at 2 in the morning to trade low liquidity?
No.
No. Nope.
We trade highly liquid markets because that is where our edge is. Not illiquid markets. There's no edge in illiquid markets.
I don't like when one
We have
guy
also
can
posted out
hear
the Fed
21
Senior Loan
characters.
Officer Survey for April on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Like, there's a reason why I don't even trade Russell, even though I base like 90% of my trading
From the
strategy off
survey,
Russell.
says
It's
US
because
banks
it's
report
not
drop in
liquid.
demand for CNI loans
Go try to trade
in
Russell.
Q1, the
Feels
weakest
terrible.
for large firms since Q3, in reversal of Q4 strength.
I said, even though I base off like 90% of my trading off of Russell pivots, I don't trade Russell. I said, go try to trade Russell. It feels terrible. Trading things that are like less liquid feels absolutely awful. No. I think NQ is the liquidity that I'm looking for. Which is why I'm trading it. Did I start trading prop firms? No.
We were before the time of the prop firm boom.
I started trading ES on
Thinkorswim?
Thinkorswim.
Also from the Fed, US banks report Q1 standards on CNI loans tightened, with net percent of banks tightening highest in more than a year.
I don't think we're old school guys. It's just very new.
Yeah. Definitely not old school.
Also, US banks reported demand weakened for credit card loans, nearly unchanged for auto loans in Q1.
I used to trade a lot of crypto. That's
That is true.
that is something that I did do. I used to scalp a lot of crypto before I started futures. Why did I stop? Because futures exist. I'd much rather trade a regulated market and get the same kind of leverage than an unregulated one. where the sole objective in crypto is to stop out as many people as possible.
We were not the founding fathers of TFC.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. That's Tamikaze.
I'll take over.
This is Russell pushing it to target off of another failure at 1035. Watch to see if the bid's here. No, I was just a random trader in this room, but I had already been trading in other rooms, giving out trades, and then this guy named Straight found me in the crypto channel and asked if recommended me to join the team, and then I recommended Mario because I traded with him in another room, and then yep, that's that.
And here we are, like 4 years later.
But I've been trading with friends in other communities in Discord for, I don't know, 6-7 years.
I'm not sure when TFC actually started. It's probably, I think it was around that time. Might have been before.
Yeah. Definitely not after COVID. It was during or before. Most of the original traders from TFC were in a group called Normac, and then those traders broke off and started trading with the community with Danny Devon, and that's where I found these guys. And then they broke off and made TFC. But I was originally in a community called King Street with a bunch of other guys in here, and The Hole, as well as Unusual Option or Unusual Whale before it was Unusual Whale.
Yep.
But I was pretty prominent in those communities, The Hole and Nope.
So it's correction from the main wise. So in regards to US banks reported demand weaker for credit card loans, nearly unchanged for auto loans in Q1.
Yeah, I think most people came from either The Hole or Ace at this point. Not sure. I mean, I think that dude's in jail, so I would assume.
We didn't get the Zach Morris lawyer.
Well, it wasn't even he took out the COVID loans. He's like wire fraud.
I'll get you.
Yeah. All those people who thought they were getting free money through the PPI loans. And then talking about it on TikTok. Huge. $30 till May 15. It's just another range rotation off our 25 offer. Rotation down. There's nothing wrong with TikTok. But it is a waste of time. That is for sure. Time waster.
Why waste your time on TikTok when YouTube Shorts exists? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Oh no, I mean we're more classy.
Surely.
Definitely more classy.
Another bid and hold off par 90.95 liquidity, no change. Watching for an offer into POC of previous candle. We're gonna continue down into like I don't know, 15 to 20 above. Watch, see if sell side's sitting there. Watching for lower highs on NQ and RTY specifically. This Russell pivot has to be pretty clear, or we'll have one more
Apple
leg down.
plans AI-based tool to extend battery life for devices. Apple aims to put battery feature in iOS 19 due in September.
Yeah, I can agree to that. A lot of OF content on Instagram and TikTok, that's for sure. That is for sure. Hmm. $15 to 20 offer held, just POC of previous candle. Watching for Russell to breach this low for any sort of continuation if it was going to happen. I think you're just waiting on that. Need to see if we can get either higher low here and then a continuation back up, or if this is going to reject, then actually push down. Level 2 indicator? Are you just talking about level 2 data? It's not an indicator. It's just data.
I think level 2 is important.
Yeah. I mean, if you care about order flow at all, level 2 data is pretty important. It just lets you see more than the current price at the bid and the ask. So you can see where people are positioning. There's the difference between the two. How come y'all don't use it? We do. What do you mean? Well, level 2 data isn't going to help you on the stream. I'm giving you levels based off of what I see off of level 2 data. Me having delayed data on your because of the stream of level 2 isn't helping you trade. There's a slight time difference with the stream. So if I give you main levels to keep an eye on, it's much better than you trying to trade off of my level 2. Just pay the $15 and call it a day for level 2. Have you ever heard me use the word, this is where the bid is resting, this is where the offer is resting? Have you ever heard me, have you ever heard that phrase on the stream? That's level 2.
Yeah, we and the second question, Screw, like we have a lot of lessons on order flow and identifying that stuff.
Volume profiles are 90% of the work.
Nicest thing we heard in a while. Savvy, big savvy enjoyers.
The first time we've like flirted up here where it looks a bit more confident on 25s. I don't know. We'll see if we can hold it this attempt. That'd be nice if we could get out of here. By far our best look so far though. Off of our hold of our 90.95 low. Just need to see if this gets absorbed again. See if they take this bid into 18. Liquidity resting there. Need to look over 30 after that if we're going to go higher. Why won't it go past it? There's sellers sitting up here willing to take in. No, not really. I've done lessons on them, but like kind of unnecessary.
The more you start to view the market horizontally, the less you need to view it diagonally. What I mean is that when you're taking in volume at price and value at price, the anything that's diagonal, like rising, falling, like that stuff doesn't have as much of a weight on your decision making. It's more about interactions at levels. You might have certain patterns that go to them, and it's not like those patterns aren't like telling in a way. Um, but it's much more about interaction at level than like this is making, like, you can have like a falling wedge that breaks down. Why is that? Well, because of interaction at level. Like the wedge structure itself does not matter. It's the offer that drops into the low and holds. So it's a much better look when you view things horizontally. The offer on the sell side. The offer is volume on sell side.
Egypt Suez Canal head says they're considering offering discounts ranging from 12% to 15% on transit fees.
So just to go in, I guess, a bit more in depth than this. If we are considering, if we're trading auction market theory, we are under the impression that the market has a fair value, right? And there is a value low and a value high, right? Where people are willing to accumulate or buy. There's an area where we're willing to accumulate and sell. So we have an agreed upon price where price transacts in between two given areas, right? And it creates a balance. So people are willing to sell at this level because it's too expensive. They want to risk off. They've agreed on this price. And there's a price where people are like, wow, what a discount, right? And they're willing to buy here. And price travels in between these areas. Can we find areas where we can see participants starting to accumulate into these lows? And it might create a wedge-like structure to push us up to that target? Sure. But we can see that via participants, not based off of price action, but by their orders that are actually being put on the book. We can see them buying these positions as we push down. We can see the seller getting absorbed as we rotate into this level. We can see all of that on order flow. So the same structures that you're looking for with pure price action can be seen via orders, right? So when we see that flag or that wedging structure, we can see orders being absorbed into here, and then we can play off of a much cleaner signal by watching that absorption play in real time via order flow, and then watching that secondary bid really step up aggressively and sweep through price, allowing for the break and then the rotation back up to our value high. That being able to get actual participants to give you real signals is going to always work out much better than trying to trade some sort of like lagging price structure, which is why we don't talk about it. And we talk about offside orders and offside buyers, right? Like it's just, that's what actually moves the market, or participants. So if we can watch where participants are located, it makes for much better trading than trying to predict. And then we just need to know where value is found last on both sides, and then we trade value to value.
Like if you just listen to me about our buyer being at 90.95 and our seller being at 25 to 30, you'd be a very happy camper. We don't specifically talk about level 2 data, it's just data. Without it, you have no data. So it's like asking how people trade. Like level 2 data is just a requirement to learn how to trade. It's not something that we mention in the sense of like it's just straight up data. I don't know. I don't know how you learn how to trade order flow without level 2.
NYMEX diesel June futures settled at around $2.11 a gallon. Gasoline June futures settled at around $2.13 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settled at $61.95 a barrel. And NYMEX natural gas June futures settled at around $3.64. So with the NYMEX WTI crude June futures up 93 cents or 1.52%. So again, settling at $61.95 a barrel.
No. The only people who have access to level 3 data are like institutions. Where they can see like the full order book. Everything else for retail is like an aggregate. There are tools like Bookmap that help kind of fill in the gaps and show you a bit more than top of the book, but a lot of it is
SEC's crypto broker rules are likely to get overhauls, says SEC's Atkins.
assumptions that are being made.
So SEC's
track
Atkins
orders.
speaking at Digital Asset Roundtable.
Same thing on like Sierra. Like they'll have like a more in-depth book, but a lot of it is just making assumptions on orders. They're not actually tracking real orders. It's an aggregator. And Sierra Charts is just a chunky, outdated platform, but it's very good. But it's a bit outdated in the UI. I mean, you just answered it. It looks like Windows 8. Yes. That is how it is outdated. No, I have not used Jigsaw. There's nothing wrong with it though. Jigsaw is just a DOM. This was a good hold. Everything looks fine. See if we can continue to maintain here. Bid trying to step up, holding POC of previous candle. Finally getting through this absorption a bit. I'd love to see this now become supportive. Should be able to then trade up to the supply above into like 55 if we can hold here. Just keeping an eye on it. I'm a big fan of not overcomplicating my trading. And if something is working already...
Quantifiable news, House Republicans released text of tax bill. And they released text of tax bill sold by Trump.
There's no reason to add more if I already have edge. I'll try out different things if I think that it'll benefit, but like, if what we're doing is working and we're making money, like there's no reason to try to overcomplicate it and add more things to a system that already works. It's the same reason why I don't trade other instruments. Like there's no point. Once you have something that works, like why are you going out of your way to try to change it? I think one of the biggest one of the worst clutches, I don't know, crutches that new traders make, and people who are like just starting to gain a bit of experience in the market, who've been trading for a few years but don't have like a solidified system, is that they jump to new systems without fully learning the previous system. And as soon as something stops working, they start like failing a couple trades, they jump to a new system, and they just continue to do that, where they're just like kangarooing from system to system to system, but like they never did the actual work on the previous system to make it actually happen. Like you just want this like easy solution that works 100% of the time, and then as soon as something you start to have struggle with it, just even a little bit, you're like, I got to find something new. I got to put a new indicator on. I've got to do this new thing because it didn't work for me 100% of the time. And those people are never going to make money. Never. Because they refuse to do the real work. They refuse to actually journal and build out a strategy and learn and push through. It's everyone, dude. It's not just you. It's literally everyone. I see it all the time, even in this chat, where they're like, I'm trying this new indicator. I'm trying this new thing. Have you heard of the X indicator? Have you heard of Y indicator? It's like, yeah, I've heard of them, but I don't use them.
Nothing will replace time spent.
They're all fine. Just like stick with it and develop a system and trade your system. Be mechanical, be methodical. Repeat the process over and over again.
House Republican bill includes tax break on tips through 2028.
Dude, this is a slog. Jesus. See if we find a bid here.
Also, Republican bill includes tax break on overtime through 2028.
All right. 10 seconds till new 15s. We're just trying to see if we can bid here. Like,
Fitz Goolsby in the
20
New
to
York
30.
Times says tariffs will have stagflationary impulse and temp nature of deal would weigh on the economy. Also from the tax bill then, so SALT deduction cap increased to $30,000 for joint filers, according to the bill. Tax bill includes $4,000 bonus standard deduction for seniors. Gorsby says, again endorsed waiting approach due to uncertainty.
Got to get over 35. Back to your first risk off
We have
into this
posted out the
32
New
to
York
35.
Times article.
If
Again,
you are
Fed
bidding off
officials
of us,
still bracing for economic shock despite China tariff pause. Gorsby adds that bar for action has to be high. Gorsby, from the article, says the Fed could afford to take time for policy decisions.
I mean, that's literally all we talk about. What do I mean?
We still have an hour left.
And these are all deltas, and this is a footprint chart. So everything that I talk about is talking about deltas. So I mean, I need a bit more from your question. If offer holds this is going to be a full rotation throw. Got our failure, lower high. Now we're looking down. If this offer holds and we can't get back above, I'm expecting full rotation with these guys trapped above. Just really keeping our eye on this. This is your first risk off if you're playing that offer into 910. We flip this. Should be pushed down into 995, secondary target.
Also, in the Republican bill, SALT cap is $15,000 for individuals.
No, we don't use different lingo. Actually, what we talk about. As we push back down into this low, you should be moving your stops down. It's a very easy failure of balance there. These deltas up in the high, offsides, rotation back below POC, offer held, rotation below our bid at our 20, and then rotation through balance there. So not a ton here. We're just looking for a potential move down to take out lows now that we have these guys that are offsides in our high. Unsure. We'll see.
Yeah, any time screw that we like Spare just said, talk about like offsides or pockets of participants. That's how we're identifying them. Pressure.
Also from the bill, sold caps phase down for 200k and 400k income levels. So also the bill text shows that US House Republicans propose a raising cap on SALT deduction to $30,000 from current $10,000 with exceptions. So Republican tax bill raises debt limit by $4 trillion. Tax bill does not include millionaire tax bracket. So again, tax bill does not include millionaire tax bracket.
Full node rotations.
The red and yellow box was the value low to POC of our bid candle where we saw this upside, and then the red box was POC to our value edge on the forming candle where I needed to see the offer step above, or sorry, the bid step above the offer. We knew that it was resting here. So we knew that, so think about it like this. We have a participant who's above, right? So they're offsides above. They've shown a bit of an excess where we basically just absorbed a bid that stepped in, right? We know that there's a buyer here. So we know that balance is suggesting this is where the market is suggesting this is our balance because we have these highs here that have been agreed upon. We have the bid who's tried to flip above, right? So it's an area that I care about, this red line here at 33. And we know that we have a buyer here into this low where we flagged and held where these previous sellers were, right? So we have two levels in the sand we can care about, which is creating a balanced market in between. So anyone above, I'm considering offsides. Anyone below, I'm considering offsides. I'm considering that if the bid was going to hold anywhere, it would be this yellow box. So what does it mean if this buyer is no longer present here off of our bid that steps in here? Where are we looking for that seller to be if we're going to continue downward? Well, into the offer, right? To maintain that edge. So just like in any balance play, if we have a defined area, right, like this, and we have a participant who's above, and we step below, we expect a bid into our lows, and then we expect a lower high at the top of our offer, and then we expect a continuation down if it's going to hold that seller, right? So we can expect that our offer, even off this bounce, if you are looking for a long here, your first risk off has to be into the offer that's sitting here, into this edge, right? It has to be. Until we can look over this, you have to be considering that a seller is going to be here. And if we flip below this buyer and fail to recover, so this guy gets absorbed here, we should be looking for a rotation down because this buyer has stepped out of the way, which means that we're back into this previous auction. So we can look for this failure with this guy as our catalyst, right? The offer stepping down 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. This is the offer shifting, right? So we're going to go back to where this bid was originally. That's the whole idea here. Is that if we fail to shift value at the highs, we're going to go back to where value was found last. Does that make sense? Sorry, kind of losing my voice. Not a good sign, as it's Monday. Here are my settings, man. We should expect this low to be taken with those guys that are offsides above. Yeah, no problem, man. Low taken. Now this is where it gets a bit interesting because this is a very important retest. This is either going to be the exact same thing that we just saw into our highs, where we trap above our balance. We're looking to see if they're going to trap below or if we can secure the shift of value from sellers. Buyers just failed to shift value. Now we're watching to see if sellers fail or if they hold. If they hold, we should rotate down to like 58 to 64.
Brent crude futures
So we're watching to see if they step back over this and bid,
96 cents a barrel,
or if
up
the offer is able to maintain
$1.05
here,
or 1.64%.
and then we rotate down. So just keep an eye on this. This is where that bid was holding before. We're watching to see if that is going to maintain here or if we can flip it.
As we approach 905, 910, should be your first risk off. POC previous candle. We can push back over, should be a full range rotation. Expect your first offer here though. Need to see a very clear look up, or what are we expecting? Offer was here last, so we should expect sell side to be sitting here, and we're either going to absorb and then rebid this low and then push over like this, or we'll just do this secondary move right now if we're able to maintain here. It's just how absorbent are the sellers. Unsure. That's why it makes for a good first risk off the recovery of our ledge.
The first offer screw is where you should expect sellers to drop down to, and you look for them to be shown on your DOM. And then for those orders to transact on footprint, you want to see absorption where we, on the sell side, where we saw buy side absorption previously, and then that's your value flip. You should trade through node structure.
See what happens on Russell here. If we lose momentum. Yes, at our 58s again. In Q, trying to push over our 25s. Just a full rotation of our balance. Expect offer to be sitting here. Might need to do a full rotation down if we fail here. So it's a good area to risk off. And we look to see if we get any more. I mean, we can't predict that. All we can see is that the offer is sitting at 25 and 30. So sell side is sitting there. We either are able to push through and show an active bid, or they're going to stifle out, and then we're going to have to rotate back down to where liquidity was found last. All we know is that this is an edge. This is where we took our short, right, and played the rotation down. So we either are able to bid and hold above it,
or we're going to have to rotate down to where the bid was found last if we fizzle out here. All we've done is find our premium and our discount, and then played the look back into balance and played balance to balance, right? Edge to edge. These guys are offsides, these guys are offsides. We've failed, we've rotated back through, so your PT is here. If we push more, awesome. If not, it doesn't matter because you've already shown you know where you're trading to and from. Like I can't, I'm not predictive. I just know where we should have held if we were going to sell. And that was down here. And as soon as we start to bid, we know where we're headed, which is up here. Yeah, the bid is there. A secondary bid is there, right? That's where the secondary buyer was. But like the bid is at 90.95. It has been for the last 3 hours. You know what I mean? Like, is there a secondary buyer here? Yeah, we can see that on footprint as well, right? With these deltas that are here, with us pushing above the POC of previous candle from the sell side, these guys offsides below our pivot, bid stepping back in, secondary buyer very clearly present on this candle on footprint. And we can see the absorption that's happening here into the same candle with POC being up into these highs at 20, right? Like everything is shown on candle. You can see this cluster here where the bid is. You can see this cluster here where absorption is occurring, where the bid is trying to push through, but we're unable to move. We don't know if this is going to continue to hold or if they're going to be able to sweep through it once that liquidity is gone. We have no clue. All we can see right now is that this guy was absorbed last. We can see them here from the previous candle. We can see that the offer is still holding here at our 25, which is why it was set as the risk off. And we can see this cluster of buyers here at this 910. If this cluster of buyers goes away and we push below it, then we're going to have to rotate back down to our low. But we know that these guys are present here. Right? And that's what makes the balance, is that we can very easily see, again, these guys here who are absorbed. And we can see that that offer is moved down. And now this is holding, just like this last candle. Right? We can see that offer trying to move down. Absorbed, absorbed, absorbed. We can see this cluster of buyers here at this 905, 910. We'll see if they can hold it. If they can, then we'll look for the bid and push back over those guys. But if they can't, then we're going to rotate back down into where these guys were absorbed, where sell side failed. Right? All we care about is this rotation from the recovery of our 90.95 in bid and our rotation into where the known offer is into this 25. It's been the same range over and over again. So if these guys are still present here and this buyer shifts, then we know we're going back down. Why do I have that? Because the market moves in cycles or higher time frame rotations. 5% correction is pretty standard. The market doesn't go straight up, it doesn't go straight down, and when we're getting relief rallies, we can expect a certain degree of a rotation before we see exhaustion occur in short-term rallies, and then we look for another leg. So it's important to understand where moves extend in larger rotations.
Hold shift and left click on trade view. You have a measuring tool and you measure the lows to the highs.
Offer flipped our 905, 910, rotation back down to our 9095, full rotation of our balance here. See if offer can step down this time or if bid is going to maintain here. Unsure. We expect new low, I think, if we lose this 9095 and the offer steps down. We really need to see this bid maintain here. It's the same as before, where like this needs to be offer if we're gonna pop down that lower high. We know that the bid is here, right? We just did our full rotation off the failure at 25s. Now it's like, is the offer here? And can we actually fail and push below now to take this out and come down? Or is this going to reclaim and hold this buyer that's present here? And can we pop above? It's just balance. So we're watching our mid pivot here now to see if that offers lowering or if we're going to be able to get back up. Unsure. Russell maintaining where it needs to as of right now. Again, the only areas that I'm like 100% sure on are our green zone and our red zone. It is very clear where balance is. Everything else is just either a recovery or a failure at those areas for continuation. Brother, I'm trying to trade. I'm glad you're asking all these questions, but they're like such giant topics that don't have to do with the trading that's going on right now. And we have class every Monday that you can ask a majority of these questions on. So I will try to answer them when I can, but I'm also trying to make sure that everyone else has trades. Again, we have class every day on Mondays after market. If you have questions that relate to day trading and what we're currently doing, or why I care about a certain level, or why I'm looking for a bid or an offer at a specific place that have to do with the trades that we are currently taking, I'm more than happy to answer. If you have topics that are going to require me to spend an hour teaching, then you should come to class. 30 minutes after market every week. Same time every day, every week. Yes. With us holding and recovering off this 905, 910, drifting to POC into 20s makes sense. I'm unsure what happens after that, but just watch our offer into 20 and see what happens. Russell back into our high of our range here off of holding our low. I don't think that we get expansion until Russell figures out what the hell it wants to do. If we continue to just oscillate this, it's going to be rough. I'm going to be so much more comfortable with long continuation when RTY shows interest above our 30-second opening range. It's shown 0 so far. Like, this is just such a sell signal as we come into these highs over and over and over again. Get me out of here, man. Ugh. All right, battle for our pivot. Another rejection on Russell into our high. Coming back down to retest our low here. See if this 90.95 can absorb again, or if this will actually flip. Offer's been really aggressively trying to lower on each push. We're seeing our lower high, lower high, lower high. Now rotating below. See if they can hold it on this attempt, this push down to our 58 to 64. Or if we fail again here. Watching RTY to help lead. As we come into 98.1 on RTY, look for a bit of relief. From there, we figure out if we're going to get more. It's Russell coming down into these lows. A failure at our 102.4 and our high. I think if RTY was serious, we get a bit of a bounce, and then we see a very clear offer like that for a continuation. If Russell is going to remain in this balance between this high and that low, then I don't expect the breakdown on NQ to last. So this is where we watch to see if that offer is serious or not, as NQ retests our 90.95. Need to see a pretty strong sell on RTY, or again, it's just going to bid and then we recover. Same thing on ES here at our 53. $50 until it 15s. Very nice interaction at our 90.95 offer. We need to show this interest below 80s on new 15. Without it, it's going to be rough. As soon as we start to show offer below 80s, though, should be able to get to that 60 very quickly. If we can't show this interest below 80 and the bid kind of maintains, looking over 95, this is going to just lead to a rotation back up on new 15. Watching Russell into our low here again. Five seconds. Russell's still maintaining our lower edge. And Q still balanced between this 80 and 95. So far failing to shift value below. They're attempting, but it's got to be a bit more aggressive here. Retesting now. Need RTY to work with us here.
U.S. Secretary of State Rubio says the Department of State is sanctioning 3 Iranian nationals and 1 Iranian entity with ties to Iran's Organization of Defense, Innovation and Research.
Gotta show this offer below 80. RTY diverging. Keep that in mind. We need to see this loss of momentum. As soon as we do on Russell, things break down. For me, I see two potential trades here, right? Stop above 900, just like this for 10 points for a rotation down into 60. This is your short
So the
idea
US,
with
just to
Russell
clarify, the
leading.
US sanctions Iranian nationals and entities over nuclear research.
And
They
then
say
there's the
that
long
targeted
idea.
nuclear study may have military applications.
We need RTY to lose momentum here and get below the breakdown to be real. Have speed. It continues to just balance here. Rough. You basically have two distinct auctions. It only goes lower if we don't care about this liquidity here, Robert. Or this is just going to be where we find a bid into this 58 to 65. This is just basically a failure at value low right now. So if this holds, we can then look back in, grab liquidity from there, and then rotate up for new highs. So it's not a crazy short as of right now. We need Russell to break down for a larger scale short. It continues to just oscillate and hold basically in balance between this value low and this value low, right? Like that's not a great movement. So we should just be expecting our bids to continue to be here into this low. And again, this is NQ target. Now we watch to see where we go from here. If we flip this pivot, then we can keep going down, but we need more. We need Russell to break down with it. So again, this is a great first target into our 65 to 60, or to, yeah. And if we can get further down, we should be able to see continuation with the amount of sell side the pressure here, but we gotta push through. And we'd like to see Russell show interest with it. Bid sitting at 55, pretty clearly. RTY into our low again, watching to see if we get our bounce or if we can get the break. If offer's serious, we should see a sell side sit at 75.80 for a lower high. If this is going to continue down. I think here. On any sort of bounce from our liquidity. That would lead to a continuation if offer sits there. If not, then we look for this push up, especially if Russell holds. How did I come up with that level? It's just our value to POC of last candle, or of current candle, sorry. So you're offering to 80 from our bounce at 60. See if we make a higher low here, or if we can push the lows on NQ.
Interesting how flat RTY has been. I still am surprised it didn't trade up into that Globex POC. Everything else.
$15 minutes left, 5 minutes till MOC. Back to our lows here. You are short off of 80. Just right back to our bid here. It's just a scalp. Got to look below and hold. Ideally with Russell also breaking down for more. Or just expect the bid to still be here. This is where demand is.
Fitch rating says US effective tariff rate declines to 13% from 23% with lower China duty.
Looked and saw that.
We have posted out the Fitch ratings piece. Again, US effective tariff rate declines to 13% from 23% with lower China duty.
Minute 30 till MOC.
According to New York Times, US Mall's large chip sale to Emirati AI firm G42. Also from the GOP bill imposes 5% tax on foreign remittances. One minute in now till we get the market on close imbalance data.
We pop over 900, this goes back up all the way. That's my opinion. MOC 30 seconds.
So in regards to New York Times, they were on the potential sale. They were citing people familiar with the matter. So again, this on US modeling large chip sale to Emirati AI firm G42. 10 seconds.
Watching for our offer.
Market on close imbalance S&P
Bid's gotta
500
be clear
buy side
here,
1.6
90.95.
billion.
We show this look
Nasdaq
over
100
90.
buy
Alright,
side 1.5 billion.
we want this to
Dow
hold.
30 buy side 398 million, and Mag 7 buy side 452 million.
RTY diverging. Care. Watching our rebid. As we push into the 17 to 25, start to risk off. POC sitting at 20. Perfect to rebid off of 895. Russell back into range. Watching to see if the bid can step up. This 905, 910 mid. Watch Russell as it gets to the 105. Right, as we approach into this. You should be like at least 2/3 out of a position as we're approaching here. This is offer. We step over, we probably make new highs. If this holds, there's no change in the range that we've been trading for the last 3 hours. Amazing. Who could have predicted that we rotate balance on recovery? How could this be? Another rejection at our 5% correction at 58. Another rejection on Russell into our pivot at 100.5. No change in our ranges. Offer still holding POC of our sell side candle into this high at 35s. Just another rotation. Went right down to our liquidity into our 60s. Got our MOC candle, which wicked over our 900, right? Recovering our balance low. We then immediately rebid off of our balance low as supportive and then rotated up to our balance high, completing the auction. All right, and that's close. GG's. I don't expect a ton more. We start to build over 30, 35. Maybe you get a new high. I don't know. Have a safe trip, Kowalski. Don't gamble too much, buddy.
Oh boy.
I just figure he's going on a cruise. That's all he does is go on cruises and gamble. Russell holding our lows again, full rotation, hold of our 905, 910 bid, rotating back up to our absorption here.
The big take through sellers at 54.5 on ES there.
Into POC, a previous candle, just watching, just grinding up. 64 next target on ES. We can hold that 58, should be good. Russell's still sideways. As long as it's oscillating, you're good. Bid sitting at 30, 31 on an NQ.
The classic new high last minute.
Watching 55s above off of that 31 bid. Watch whatever comes first, 55s to 65s on NQ into this supply, or Russell into R105. Okay, that's it for me. Right to our supply end of day. You get more, congrats, I'm out. Russell into our pivot here. Looks like you're gonna get more. Huge.
Indeed, it is, Screwhead. 30, 35, somewhere in there. We'll see when the bulk of people roll through. All right, friends, I am going to go eat some lunch. And I will see you in 30, 35 minutes.
Peace.
Goodbye, everybody. See you soon.
So did everyone understand the recovery balance off of our liquidity low there? Do we get that? And then looking for that seek above on MOC and then the bid? Yep, okay, cool. With Russell continuing to lead, you're probably okay for more. Just keep an eye. Now that we're looking above, you'd want to see a very clear hold here into this high for a continuation up if we were going to continue into after hours. Just keep an eye on that as we retest into here at any point. As long as R2I has momentum, market has momentum to keep running. You can stay in your runner until Russell finds sell side. As soon as that sell side pressure starts to step back in, though, you don't really want to be in this, as this is just a squeeze. Just keep that in mind. All right, peace. See you all tomorrow. Have a great night.